Good morning. This is Travis County Judge Andy Brown calling to order this meeting of the Travis County Commissioners Court. It's April 1st, 2025. The time is 9:14 a.m. We're meeting here at 700 Lavaca with Commissioner Shea, Commissioner Trevelyan, Commissioner Howard, and myself. Commissioner Gomez is absent today. I don't need to do that motion since she's not going to be here, so I don't need to sign on behalf of commissioners not physically present since she won't. Okay, thank you. All right. We'll start first with early public comment. I think we've got Laura Seaton. Are you here for? All right, come on up.
Good morning, Judge, and good morning, Commissioners. I'm Laura Seaton from ITS, Technology and Operations, and I'm here to invite you and all Travis County employees and retirees to our first Travis County co-ed kickball tournament.
Oh boy.
Very exciting. Very exciting. So we've had our softball tournament for many years. Kickball is very popular. We thought it might be nice to have a spring event, and I am going to give a little credit to Commissioner Howard, who thought a spring event would be a lovely thing to have to create an opportunity for more fellowship and fun amongst employees, retirees, and our friends. So the kickball tournament has been born. It will be on Saturday, May 31st. This is the weekend after Memorial Day. Hearing a date at the end of May, everybody thinks it's Memorial Day, but the calendar's a little weird this year, so it is the Saturday after Memorial Day. It will be in Precinct 3 at the Travis County Bee Cave Sports Complex. Entry fee, similar to the softball tournament, $300 per team, and not most of that fee, but about half covers t-shirts, trophies, and officials. If you have a tournament, you need to have officials to make everything goes by the book. And then the
book on kickball.
Kickball's a really big deal.
Really?
I had no idea. I am not a kickballer myself. However, I'm kind of a back of the house person, but kickball is a very big deal. There are leagues. It's maybe not as popular as softball, but it's out there and happening.
It's all right. The gloves they're too big.
And is it
that big red ball, they're kind of huge. You put both hands in them, actually.
kind of similar to dodgeball?
No, it's like softball more. You run around
You
the
can
base.
get pegged by it, right?
Yeah.
To get out, they throw it.
You can. I'm learning all the rules. Only below the waist, though, can someone throw a kickball at you, but I'm going to use up all my time if we start talking about things like the rules.
Okay, so is EMS playing or protecting us?
The remainder of the funds, just like from our softball tournament, will be benefiting our wonderful Travis County Brown Santa Christmas Charities program. Fabulous. For those who play kickball, it is yellow ball play, not red ball play. We'll let everybody look that up who does not know. It'll be a double elimination tournament, again, very similar to the softball tournament. Very basic team information, minimum of 10 players for team, equal male-female mix. 3 players, 3 males and 3 females must be Travis County employees or retirees. The others can all be guest players. Players must be over 18. That's kind of all the rules we'll just share right now. Sponsorships are encouraged, so I just want to make sure that we share to help coaches and managers who are interested to get sponsorships. It's a great way, a great tax-deductible way for local businesses to get exposure, contribute to the community and to the Travis County Brown Santa program. We will be sending out a countywide email later this week, and there is a site on Travis Central. So if you're interested in signing up, please go to Travis Central. You can email or Teams me directly, Laura Seaton. I'll be taking signups. And come on out. You've got 2 months to practice. Again, Saturday, May 31st, and we'll play some kickball and raise some money and have some fun.
So sponsorship of a team is $300?
Yes, sir.
I will sponsor one team.
Ooh, excellent. So, I don't know, will that be perhaps a commissioner's court team?
Can't do that right now because we're not posted. That's fine.
Oh, I see. Oh, so, okay. Sorry, we can't, I'm not allowed to talk. I'll just say thank you. Thank you. And we'll see how it all plays out. Great. Thank you all very much. Right.
Thank you very much. All right. Anyone else here for public comment? All right, and we don't have any callers. So a couple announcements. The Colorado River Alliance and Travis County Parks are redefining spring cleaning. Volunteers will come together this Saturday after Earth Day to remove litter across 7 parks in eastern Travis County. Get your hands dirty while helping to keep the earth and our parks clean. The East Side Spring Clean will take place on Saturday, April 26th from 9 to 11 a.m. You can visit coloradoriver.org to sign up today. Brings me to another subject. I'm actually filing legislation here at Travis County to finally rename the Colorado River to something more appropriate. The Texas River. This will end the scourge of years of subservience to the state of Colorado, declare the autonomy that we all need here. While we may enjoy the ski slopes, hiking trails, mountain biking,
Cool
progressive
weather.
politics, cool weather, friendly elected officials, and certain laws of the state of Colorado, but we must assert our dominance over this river. I hear it was supposed to be the Brazos River anyhow, and this will just end the statewide nightmare that we have all been living under. This will also mean changing the LCRA to the LTRA. Julie Hector has the bill filing deadline passed yet.
Thankfully, yes.
So I'll be bringing that in coming weeks here to the Commissioners Court meeting. Today, we're not going to take any action on item 5, outdoor burning and emergency response. It was lifted, right? The burn ban has been lifted, so we're not under a burn ban right now. Consent agenda. We'll take up the consent items next, which are item 4, item 6, item 7, item 9, item 10, item 11, item 12, item 13, item 14, item 15, item 18, and item 19.
Move approval of the consent agenda?
Motion from Commissioner Trevelyan, second from Commissioner Shea. Any discussion? We have no callers. All those in favor, please raise your hand. That passes unanimously. Public hearings. We've got item 1 and its companion 16 that I'll read out now. Item 1 is receive comments on a request to authorize the filing of an instrument to vacate a section of right-of-way on Renard Road, also known as Renard Lane, located in Precinct 4. Do I have a motion to open the hearing?
So move.
Second.
Motion from Commissioner Shea, second from Commissioner Trevelyan. All those in favor, please raise your hand. That passes unanimously. The hearing is open. Item 16 is consider and take appropriate action on a request to authorize the filing of an instrument to vacate a section of right-of-way on Renard Road, also known as Renard Lane, located in Precinct 4. Anna Bolin.
Yes, hi, Anna Bolin, Travis County TNR. The purpose behind this request is to remove the legal and technical restrictions on the land and utilize, so the owner can utilize their property to its fullest, and uniting it across the unused and functionally abandoned right-of-way. The majority of this right-of-way is never paved, it's vegetated, and has not been maintained by the county. Additionally, most of the right-of-way has no apparent history of public access over the last several decades and is enclosed behind a series of fences. I know of no objections. We've reviewed this, and we recommend this item.
All right,
Anybody here to speak?
yeah. Is anyone here to speak? I've got no one signed up. Doesn't look like it. Any discussion, court members? All right.
As far as I know, everybody's good with this? Yeah. Move the public hearing be closed?
All right.
Second.
Motion from Commissioner Shea, second from Commissioner Howard to close the hearing. Any discussion? No callers. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Passes unanimously. The hearing is closed. Action on item 16.
Yep.
Is there a
Move
motion?
approval.
Okay.
Second.
Motion from Commissioner Howard, second from Commissioner Shea for approval. Any discussion? We have no callers. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thanks, Anna.
Easy peasy.
All right. Item 17, consider and take appropriate action regarding a request to approve a new license agreement with Laura Ramey to conduct private small group yoga classes on a weekly basis at East Metropolitan Park.
Good morning. Weird.
That is a solid beer right there.
Thank you. Getting a little warm for it.
But
Hi, Commissioners. Tim Spire with Travis County Parks, and I'm here to help answer any questions you have about this item.
We're doing this with other entities where we charge a fee for the use of the parks. It doesn't interfere with any other public use.
Right. When we get requests such as this, we review it and make sure it fits within the use of the park. And if it's a long-term activity that they want to do in the park, we'll usually enter a license agreement to make sure we have all the details ready. And we've last year we approved a license agreement with this group as well, and it proved to be successful. It's a good use of the park and open space at East Metropolitan Park, and brings new visitors to the park and get some exercise and enjoy the outdoors.
Yeah, looks like it's a good thing all around.
Hi, Cynthia McDonald, County Executive for Transportation and Natural Resources. We do these through license agreements, similar to like when someone wants to use the park for filming a commercial or those kinds of things. So the license agreement process has been the tool we've used over the years for these types of concessions and other uses.
And it's a nominal fee. I mean, it's not something where we're going to make money off it.
It's mostly administrative fee for the license agreement to process it, make sure we have the certificate of insurance, and then each class, they pay our concession fee is $20 on the weekdays and $40 on a weekend day.
And is this something that we put on our website for the public, or it's up to the vendor to do their own outreach and promotion on it?
Typically, if we're contacted, we review the request and discuss the fees with them.
But we don't promote it.
But do we promote that on the website?
The temporary concession agreement is posted on all of our reservation fees.
I think the
and then the process.
question is, if I understand you correctly, Commissioner, is whether or not we post it on our parks website to let the public know that these
Correct.
classes
That's
are
my
being
question.
held?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry, it wasn't clear enough.
Right. We don't promote the individual
Vendor.
activities. Correct.
Okay. Thank you. Seems like a good thing. I'll move approval.
Okay. Motion from Commissioner Shea, second from Judge Brown. Any discussion? We have no callers. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Passes unanimously. Thanks, y'all.
Thank you.
All right, item 20, receive 2024 annual report from Travis County Pretrial Services.
Was this a presentation? A half sheet?
Theoretically, is Rudy, are you here?
No, his staff are here.
Okay. Hello,
Good morning.
how are y'all?
Fine, thanks. So, good morning, Judge Brown and Commissioners. Stacy Brown with Pretrial Services Division Director.
And I'm Daniel McCoy Bay, Assistant Director.
So pretrial is required by statute to submit an annual report by the 1st of April of each year. The requirements are set forth in Article 1742, Section 6 of the Texas Code of Criminal Procedure. The report contains information about the operations of pretrial services for our preceding year, so this is FY24. There are 6 items included in the report, pulling data from fiscal year 2024, as I mentioned. We're here to formally submit the report and to answer any questions that y'all may have for us.
I have asked these questions in the past, but I continue to be shocked that the requirement from the state is a report that's literally half a page long. And I've always wanted to get a little better insight into pretrial. I can't really tell from the numbers that are listed on the half page how you guys are doing. So if you can give a sense of how the work this year compares with last year, is there a trend that you're seeing? How are things going? Because I can't really determine it from the really skimpy report.
Understood. As far as our staffing goes, I'll kind of start with that. We did 5 or more years ago went to a 24/7 operation, where before we were only, during certain hours of the day. We had to shift to an A shift, a B shift, and a C shift to cover all of those 24 hours. And so one of the things that happened in this past fiscal year in FY '24 was we were able to get additional staff to make sure that we had enough staffing to cover those 24/7 shifts. And so as compared to last year's report, we were up about 9 positions. So we're at 117.46. And that also does include drug court, so just want to mention that. Drug court is part of, kind of under the pretrial umbrella, and about 7 to 10, I'm not sure exactly how many of those 117 positions are drug court. And then one thing also, I'll just, go down the report itself. It starts our operating budget, then we talk about the number of staff in the department, which I just spoke about. And then the next one is how many individuals are released on personal bond. And so the number 12,774 is the total. That is broken up into those that are on a supervised bond, where they report to our office. That could be like EM, alcohol monitoring, family violence cases, different regular supervision, mental health cases. Some, a good portion of the cases are put on a supervised bond. And then the rest of them are released to the community, and we hope that they show up for court, and I think court date reminders are texted to them.
What does unsupervised mean, actually?
It just means that a person who is arrested is released on a personal bond, but doesn't have any court-ordered bond conditions. So let's just say the defendant is released on a personal bond for a DWI charge, and as long as they come back to court and make all of those court appearances, and not be rearrested, then that would be somebody who is unsupervised. A supervised bond is somebody who we're going to keep in contact with. We're going to encourage them to comply with any court-ordered bond conditions. It might be going to a drug alcohol assessment. It could be complying with one of the device monitors, like a EMGPS or a SCRAM device that detects alcohol in their system, an ignition interlock, those kinds of things. So those are the ones that we are supervising. We have regular contact with them. It varies from, weekly to sometimes only after court. But if we identify something in the investigation that, gives us, concern, they may not show back up to court, or if the judge orders some sort of supervised bond, whether it be any of those that I mentioned, a device of some kind, a monitoring device, or sometimes it's just come into our office, check in with me, let's just make sure you understand when your court date is, and those sorts of things. But those, the judges can add those bond conditions. And then we also, as part of our bond recommendation, will recommend bond conditions that would, address any concerns that we might have.
And is this all part of the work with CAFA? So you do all this work before someone is first magistrated, and the judge at magistration sets these bond conditions?
Yes, so we are part of CAFA. That was another new development in our FY24, budget.
Is that why you went to 24/7?
So
You did that 5 years ago, so.
yeah, so back, 5 or actually is when COVID hit, 2020. So we moved to a 24/7 operation at that point because there was a requirement that we get the magistrate judge, the packet of information, including the indigent screening and financial screening, so that they can use that information in setting bail. So
you
we
do
did.
all that. Your office
Pardon?
does.
Yes.
Your office does all that indigent and.
Yes. And so we recognized, way back when, that needed to happen, and so we changed our operation to kind of meet that requirement. And then CAFA, I think was, building from there and has now started to be implemented. So, the hardest part for pretrial services related to the CAFA project, we had already done. So, yes, it required additional staffing for us for CAFA because we now have somebody in the courtroom. We also have paperwork being, managed in the office. But we were already sort of had a foundation started for moving towards the requirements of CAFA or participation in CAFA.
Why did you go to 24/7 5 years ago? Because CAFA still hasn't filled that overnight shift. So where were you?
Yeah, so
Where they were doing their
yes.
time 24/7.
Yes. So for us to gather that financial information and to complete the personal bonds, we need to do that continuously, because what we don't want to happen is for magistration to wait on pretrial services. And they actually have to, because they need the paperwork, that we fill out as part of our normal routine. So we are interviewing continuously. As soon as somebody walks in the door, we try to get to them as soon as possible. Then
Do
we
you have staff at central booking?
Yes, we have staff at Central Booking. They do the interviews. We have staff that are back in our office who complete the bond investigations. So as soon as somebody is interviewed, we've got somebody in the office who is running a record check, calling references, investigating that bond. And then as soon as we receive the probable cause affidavit for the case for which they've been charged, then we're preparing a packet. That kind of tells us that the court, the magistrate is ready for pretrial's paperwork. So we then create a packet, and we send that packet to the jail, and the jail then shares that with the magistrate judge. And then they're prepared to magistrate that individual. So that's kind of so we're working, diligently and as efficiently as possible to try to get that paperwork done so that they then can take them before the magistrate.
And all that paperwork is also now shared with the attorneys who are
Correct.
representing people at magistration.
That's right.
But it wasn't previously because we didn't have that kind of a indigent
That's right.
operation for people who couldn't have their.
Yeah, not until CAFA did that, did that piece of it start happening. We always, gave the magistrate judge a packet of information. But now we're, sharing that information with defense and prosecution.
That's helpful. Thank you.
Let's see. And so I was going down the report here. So the 4A and 4B talk about those that didn't appear for their court setting. The first one is how many didn't show up of, the persons released on personal bond. And then the 4B is actually
Can I ask
those
on
that
4A?
were issued a warrant.
On 4A, do you break out between supervised and unsupervised? Who doesn't attend?
We actually don't on that particular one. I would imagine that we could. We do on that 4C, which is the rearrest.
And it's almost equal numbers between those that are supervised and unsupervised who gets rearrested. So the supervision doesn't seem to be making.
Well, the only thing that I will point out is that for the supervised bonds, typically you're looking at those more serious type offenses and those that are maybe are higher risk. So I would probably walk a fine line and argue that it is helping that particular group of people. But yeah, it does show at least for this year, and I've got just some data from the last 2 years, and it does differ a little bit. Supervised bonds are typically a little higher than the unsupervised, but this particular year we seem to be kind of running neck and neck. And
the warrant 4B, you gather the information, but you're not required to report the numbers broken down by supervised and unsupervised?
Correct.
Warrant?
Yeah, and actually, interestingly, even those that we broke up in 3 and 4C, the law doesn't actually say to break it up. That's just how the report was developed many years ago.
It would be interesting to know if supervision has any impact on reducing the number of people who, for whom a warrant has been issued for their arrest.
Okay, we can look into
Does
that.
supervision require, is a majority of the staff doing the supervising? How does that break out in terms of your staffing?
In staffing, so of our all of our pretrial officers. We've got about 37 officers at our pretrial investigations, which is where we do the personal bond interviews and we do CAFA. And then we have our case management unit, and we've got somewhere around, and I wish I could pull those numbers off the top of my head, somewhere around 50 officers, and that is not correct exactly, that supervise the different caseloads, which, let me make sure I'm not going to miss one here, but the different caseloads. So we have regular supervision. We have a caseload that supervises only family violence cases. We also have alcohol monitoring. So these are all the cases that are alcohol involved and has a device of some type, either a SCRAM device, a PAM device, or the ignition interlock device. And that's those breathalyzers that the individual blows into. And then we have an electronic monitoring unit, and we have house arrest in that program, and we also have GPS, so a global positioning system that monitors their whereabouts in the community.
And you have vendors that provide those services. So what do the
Yes.
officers do? Do they just get reports about people violating
Yeah, so
their protective orders and that kind of thing, or, breaking their device requirements?
yeah, so we set up schedules and things like that, and meet with them, weekly or bi-weekly, every 2 weeks. But so they receive all those reports. They have to, sort through them and determine which are violations, which are not. There are also kind of critical violations that require, immediate attention. And so that's kind of a very high level of what they do over there.
And the supervision is roughly every 2 weeks meeting with the person? Or
So it
what
can.
was the 2-week interval?
Yeah, it can vary based on where we have them. They can be either once a week, once every 2 weeks, once a month, or simply after court. So if they've been on quite a while, they're doing, well, sometimes we'll just have contact with them after court. And that can either be by way of a phone call, or it can be an office visit, where they come into the office.
And how would you say the numbers on the people who are rearrested while they're out on bond, how does that compare? Has that percentage gotten larger, smaller?
So the only number,
Almost 2,900.
slightly higher than last year is what I can say. So I did kind of look at the comparison, and the percentage was a little bit higher.
It was Commissioner Rodolfo Perez, pretrial services and adult probation. So I was looking at those since COVID 2021. There has been an increase, I think significantly more from last year to this year. But we've also seen the increase in people released. So it was kind of expected, if that makes sense. But yeah, that's something I think we're keeping an eye on, just because of the failures to appear and the arrests also. So kind of expected, because more were released.
So if it's a percentage, it wouldn't matter what the base number is. If the base number is increasing over time, has the percentage of people rearrested or failed to appear gone up? Is that
From the
what you're
numbers,
saying?
from the numbers I looked at since 2021, yes. This past year, comparison from last year to this year, I did see at least like a double-digit increase in the percentage. So, but again, we also saw a double-digit increase in the amount of people released.
No, I get it, but still, if it's a percentage, it's, so how, do you have any thoughts on why that is?
I don't. I think for us, that would probably be like a deeper dive to probably look at, as Stacy was mentioning, is if you look at like the supervisor, a little bit more serious charges. So probably looking at actually like maybe some type of variables. Is there something in common of maybe are there certain types of offenses, risk levels maybe that actually are being rearrested, or again, failing to appear. But yeah, that's something that I kind of saw from this year to last year. It's slowly been kind of creeping up significantly, except double digits
Yeah.
from last year to this year.
This is something our new IJPA office really should look at. They do the data analysis about everything related to the whole criminal justice system, and I think it would be very valuable for them to do the kind of a data look at the trend here. And here comes our new IJPA county executive. Welcome. Good morning.
I'm Dr. Jackie Van Warmer, County Executive over Innovative Justice and Program Analysis. We are happy to provide support to pretrial services and probation in terms of data analysis and as well evidence-based practices in pretrial services. I was fortunate enough in my career before landing here to graduate from the NIC Pretrial Executive Series. I'm sure Stacy maybe has had some of those same opportunities. And so there's a lot of great research on promising and best practices in pretrial services. So we're happy to support them.
That would be fabulous, especially as we transition from more of an incarceration model to a diversion model. The analysis that determines what kind of a risk people are, what kind of provisions or, stipulations are added to their bonds. I think all of that's going to be super important in having a successful new paradigm and transition to a diversion model. So I really appreciate that. Thank you. And then my last question is, if I'm adding the numbers right, it's 87 staff, 37 who do the personal bond research, 50 who do the supervised caseloads. So what do the other staff do if you've got 117?
We have support staff, but, Stacy?
Yeah, kind of the administrative, we've got managers, 7 managers, 8 plus our office manager. So yeah, support and we've got a, IT person and a financial person and an HR person, so yeah. And then I mentioned that drug court is included in those numbers as well.
Drug court's included in the 37 and the 50, but that leaves...
They're included in that in the 117.
And they're not included in the people who do the PR research or the supervision?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
Yeah, that is kind of a different program altogether. So we, even though, our budget covers them, but they, really focus on the diversion court.
So how many people do the drug court?
I want to say roughly maybe 6 people right now.
Okay. All right. Well, this is helpful. Rudy knows this. Every year I ask, is there a little more information? It's literally half a sheet. So this was a helpful kind of discussion to just get a better understanding of what all is happening at pretrial and probation.
Thank you.
So thank you, and I'm looking forward to having the data analysis be coordinated across all our different operations.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you so much.
Any other questions, court members?
Not really questions, just appreciate what you all do, and I'm looking forward to the teams working together so that we can get more information that can help us better serve the folks that are coming through the process, getting them into the right types of programs that will ensure their success in the community. Oftentimes we come in touch with the criminal justice system, and everybody is kind of treated the same way. We make sure that we are addressing the fundamental needs and those things that we can predict, that we do predict, and provide better services along the way. So appreciate the work that you're doing, and I look forward to continuing to work.
Thank you.
Any other thoughts, questions? No? All right. Thank you all very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, so we're now going to executive session where we will discuss 21, 22, and 23. 21 is receive briefing, take appropriate action regarding Travis County security and information security issues under consultation with attorney security and IT security exceptions. Item 22, consider and take appropriate action regarding a possible acquisition of a property in Central Austin, Texas under the consultation with attorney and real property exceptions. Item 23, receive briefing and take appropriate action on the appointment, employment, and duties for the position of Travis County Fire Marshal, including selecting finalists, approving interview questions, setting the interview schedule, and other matters related to appointing a Travis County Fire Marshal under the consultation with attorney and personnel matters exception. And then item 24, receive legal briefing, take appropriate action regarding proposed Chapter 56 and Title I of the Texas Administrative Code relating to reporting requirements for district attorneys and county attorneys presiding in a district or county with a population of 400,000 or more persons under the consultation with attorney exception. So we'll go to executive session now, and we'll come back here before taking any action. Thank you.
There.
All right, we are back from executive session. We discussed item 21. We're not taking action on that today. We discussed item 22. We're not taking action on that today. We discussed item 23. No action on that today. And we did not discuss 24. We'll go back later to talk about 24. So the up next, we've got a couple of proclamations. First one will be item 3. Consider and take appropriate action to approve a proclamation recognizing Pedro Villalobos for his unwavering leadership at ASME 1624 and his dedicated service to Travis County, and to express our deepest gratitude for his fearless advocacy, barrier-breaking achievements, and commitment to uplifting working people across our community. And I'll hand it over to Commissioner Trevilian to read the proclamation.
Okay. Let's see, is Pedro close? Should we put him?
Yeah, come
Should
on
we put him in the hot seat?
Yeah, come on down.
Come on down in the hot
While we're
seat.
doing the proc for you. And anybody else that wants to comment or
Come on.
say things, come down and join us.
Don't be shy.
Don't be shy. Yeah.
All right. Whereas Pedro Villalobos, excuse me, I'm getting ahead of myself. Let me get my water close. Whereas Pedro Villalobos has dedicated his career to the pursuit of justice, equity, and public service, standing up for the voiceless, fighting for working people, and pushing Travis County towards a more fair and compassionate system. And whereas as president of AFSCME Local 1624, Pedro led with heart, strategy, and determination, building power for working people, expanding the union's visibility and influence, and ensuring that the voices of public workers were heard and respected at every level of local government. And whereas Pedro's lived experience growing up in a working-class immigrant family shaped his lifelong commitment to justice and his deep understanding of the challenges facing our communities. And whereas Pedro made history as both the first undocumented prosecutor in the state of Texas and the first documented, this is documented, not documented, okay, attorney licensed by the State Bar of Texas, bringing an essential and underrepresented perspective to the court, one grounded in resilience, cultural humility, and a commitment to justice for all. And whereas in his service as the Travis County, in his service at the Travis County Attorney's Office, Pedro was entrusted to lead and launch the groundbreaking Early Case Review and Magistration Division, transforming what the county approached, or transforming how the county approached case intake and helping to reduce unnecessary pretrial detention while centering fairness, equity, and public safety. And whereas Pedro spearheaded the transition to vertical prosecution, mentored countless attorneys, reformed the Family Violence Division to center survivor needs, and fought tirelessly to break the cycle of incarceration as a juvenile prosecutor, bringing innovation and compassion to every role he held. And whereas Pedro made it clear that advocacy doesn't stop in the courtroom, he was the mastermind behind one of the biggest union holiday celebrations in Texas, ensured AFSCME had a bold and proud presence at Austin Pride, and elevated LGBTQ+ workers' rights across municipal government. And whereas Pedro's work as a felony animal cruelty prosecutor demonstrated his belief that justice includes the most vulnerable among us, recognizing the deep connection between animal protection and broader community safety. And whereas his legacy as a reformer, barrier breaker, mentor, community builder, and fearless advocate has left an indelible mark on Travis County and will continue to shape the future of public service for years to come. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that we, the Travis County Commissioners Court, do hereby extend our deepest gratitude to Pedro Villalobos and, for his exceptional leadership, visionary reform, and tireless commitment to the people of Travis County. That is my motion.
Second.
All right, motion from Commissioner Trevilian, second from Commissioner Shea.
Without one drink of water.
That was amazing. Thank you for being here, Pedro. You have anything you'd like to say?
I didn't prepare any remarks, so it's all off the cuff, which is to say is that the reason that I ended up running for AFSCME president was because I saw that there was a need and a vacuum for helping our fellow city and county employees, helping them lift up their voices and making sure that their needs were being heard. And I'm glad to say that even though I was only president for not as long as I would have hoped to have been president, but I do think that because of every single union member and because of y'all, we were able to have probably one of the most successful few months in AFSCME history. And I don't take credit for that. All credit goes to our members for bringing forth their ideas, bringing forth their motions, and bringing forth their plans, and allowing me to help them implement it. So I appreciate them, and I appreciate y'all for making that a reality. So thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Pedro. Judge?
Well, Judge Iserloh here. I'm so proud to be a friend of Pedro Villalobos. We hear lots of voices right now from powerful people, from wealthy people, but we've all got to know and understand that those are not the only voices out there. And what Pedro Villalobos does is, whether it's public employees or people in our diversion program or LGBTQ people or even, yes, animals who've been subjected to animal cruelty, he is a person who can organize people and get those other voices out there so that they're not overpowered by the rich and the powerful. And for that, I'm deeply appreciative and very proud to call him friend.
And I would echo, Judge, what you said. Elizabeth Earl, Judge, County Court Number 7, and Pedro is my friend, but was also one of my prosecutors and helped with DWI Court. And as you all know, you've been very supportive of our programs, our diversion programs here in Travis County. And boots on the ground, he was one of those people that did that. And I'm proud to be here and support this, and thank each of you for doing this for Pedro.
Yes, many thanks to you all for that.
Thanks go to our staff, just to be clear. Well, obviously we support it. They just did the work on it.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Alex Garcia. I'm Assistant Director of Diversion Programs at the Travis County Attorney's Office. I've had the fortune and good fortune and privilege to work alongside Pedro over the last almost 10 years now. It's crazy how time has flown by. They say that the creator leaves his mark on his creation, and I think that is true for Pedro specifically. Everything that he's had his hand in, certainly he's left an indelible mark on. And as he transitions from his current position as president, I know he's going to leave his mark on the union and as well as the county, but more importantly, all of our hearts, right? So thank you, Pedro, for all of your work. Thank you for your courage, and thank you for always being there for us.
Carol Guthrie with AFSCME. It has been an honor and a lot of work to work with Pedro. He never stops. He's always looking for one more thing. He has definitely left his mark on this union. Even though it was a short time, his vision has been there. It will continue to be there. He's done a remarkable job in such a very short period of time. So thank you all. Thank you, Pedro. It truly has been an honor to work with you, and I'm glad I'm going to get a break, but I feel bad for the people you're going to work for. Thank you.
Thanks.
Chris Bland with AFSCME. I just want to thank the court for making this day happen for Pedro, and got to know Pedro over the last year or so, and the changes that we've instituted and made for the local will continue on, and best of luck in the future. I know you'll do it.
All right. Any other discussion, court members? Yeah, Commissioner Shea.
I want to say both, because I can consider Pedro a real friend and a remarkable public servant. We are living in a time where our national leadership thinks that cruelty and inhumanity is the best way to operate the government. I mean, seeing students snatched off the street by people in masks and dragged away screaming. I mean, who on earth thinks that's the right way for the government to treat people? So I really want to recognize and appreciate your compassion and your commitment to having a compassionate justice system, and your work to reduce people's unnecessary time in jail. These are all, I think, really important values that most everybody, I think, would support. So I really just want to acknowledge that. I think that's been a huge contribution to our community and to our county, and to how we deliver justice. And then also your advocacy for all of the county employees. You've just been an incredibly effective advocate and a great representative. So thank you for everything you've done for all of us.
So I think it is important, I share the views of my colleague. I think it's important to have perspective as it relates to how we go forward. You know, just because something is popular doesn't make it right. Just because a majority of participants want a certain thing does not make that thing right. And it is important to include a perspective that might not be popular. It is important to include a perspective that represents a number of people that are often unseen. Many of us come from communities that are unseen and undervalued. And it takes a special person to put themselves out there during difficult and sometimes violent times to do what they understand to be correct and to protect those who can't protect themselves. It is important to have advocates that stand in the breach in very important moments. You've been willing to do that during very important moments. We expect the same wherever you are. You'll always be welcome in the hog. So I just want you to know that your work and you are appreciated. And you know, as long as there is a need for a voice for the voiceless, we'll always need the skills and the heart that you bring to the table. Thank you.
Pedro, best of luck to you in the future, and we're always here. You're part of our family, and we appreciate you.
Yeah, thank you, Pedro. Great service, and I believe you're not going too far away, so
No.
look forward to seeing you and your activism around. So thank you for everything you do.
Thank you.
All right. Any other callers, commenters? Any further discussion? All those in favor, please raise your hand. Passes unanimously. Congratulations, Pedro.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And if people can stay, we can take a picture after we do the opening. And if y'all can stay, we can get a picture after the next proclamation. And
Unfortunately, I'm going to have to go.
you got to go. Okay, thank you so much, Judge. And the judge is leaving, so I'm taking over the gavel and I'm running this next part. And I said we'd give him a lot of bad assignments since he's leaving. Anyway, calling up the next item, which is the proclamation for the beginning of Earth Month. Item number 2, consider and take appropriate action to approve a proclamation recognizing April 2025 as Earth Month in Travis County. And any folks who are coming down to read that, please join us. That'll be part of it. Whereas Travis County has a responsibility to protect and preserve natural resources to enhance the quality of life for all who live, work, learn, and play in our community now and into the future. And whereas the global community faces enormous challenges due to climate-driven impacts from pollution, environmental degradation, food and water shortages, and extreme weather disasters fueled by the climate crisis. And whereas Travis County aims to be a leader in promoting sustainability, resilience, resource conservation, and fiscal responsibility, and whereas Travis County's created a sustainability team to assist county departments in moving toward greener business operations, an environmental resilience team to raise awareness of strategies that can help lower greenhouse gas emissions in the broader community, and whereas Travis County leaders developed a climate action plan approved by Commissioners Court to act as a roadmap to help reduce environmental impacts from county operations, and guide the organization on a path to net zero emissions. And whereas Travis County Commissioners Court directed staff in 2020 to create a plan for 75% of eligible employees to telecommute on a permanent basis, which as of February 2025 has resulted in saving 722,000 commute miles, and has won a national award. And whereas Travis County offers a bounty of sustainability resources, including used battery collection stations, reuse spaces such as our purchasing warehouse and reuse store that allows employees to keep unwanted items out of the landfills. And whereas Travis County offers resources to the community to allow for the safe disposal of household hazardous materials, and Travis County implements green building practices to promote energy efficiency, water reuse, and water conservation at county facilities, and is electrifying its fleet by prioritizing the purchase of electric and hybrid vehicles to reduce greenhouse gas emissions that contribute to climate change. And whereas Travis County offers additional leave hours to employees choosing sustainable alternate commute options such as telework or utilizing public transportation, Travis County also provides free transit passes to employees, allows compressed work weeks and flexible hours, and encourages carpooling to reduce air pollution and traffic congestion. And whereas Travis County's water resource protection programs promote the preservation and sustainable management of vital groundwater resources and surface water systems by focusing on groundwater sustainability, pollution mitigation, and water quality enhancements. And whereas Travis County Parks manages 13,030 acres of land in Travis County, including 30 parks that are open to the public, these parklands preserve natural beauty, promote healthy and resilient ecosystems, and contribute to the health and well-being of all Travis County residents. And this is a long one because we want you to know Travis County is doing so much work to both reverse climate change, better prepare people for the impacts of it, and protect our environment. Whereas Travis County co-manages the 33,000-acre Balcones Canyonlands Preserve, BCP, in perpetuity, one of the nation's largest urban preserves, safeguarding habitat for 7 federally endangered species, 1 formerly listed species, 27 species of concern, and several species proposed for listing, all of which relate to the human species protection. And whereas in addition to protecting endangered species, the BCP improves air and water quality, mitigates flooding and erosion, reduces the urban heat island effect, and helps combat climate change while preserving natural beauty and enhancing mental well-being. And whereas the Commissioners Court signed a resolution to implement nature-based solutions in Travis County construction projects, prioritizing sustainable development and the use of nature to mitigate impacts on air and water quality, flooding, the urban heat island effect, greenhouse gas emissions, and the quality of life for people and wildlife. And whereas Travis County continues to collaborate and engage in community-wide events such as the Lake Travis Cleanup, which promotes waste diversion, the beautification of community green spaces, and protection of our water resources. And whereas the Commissioners Court approved First Austin Travis County food plan, which envisions a food system that supports and sustains inclusive, thriving communities and 3 healthy ecosystems where everyone can reach their full potential now and for generations to come. And whereas, we're almost done, Travis County desires to recognize the month of April in the year 2025 as Earth Month by proclamation to encourage a culture of sustainability, resilience, education, resource conservation, and healthy communities within the organization and among residents. Now therefore be it proclaimed that we, the Travis Commissioners Court, do hereby recognize the month of April as Earth Month. And that's my motion.
Second.
Any comments? Please introduce yourselves and speak.
Thank you, Commissioner Shea. My name is Emily Acklin. I'm the Division Director for Natural Resources and Environmental Quality. And with me today is Katie Kane. I believe you have a few things to say.
I do. Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
Thank you, Emily. My name's Katie Kane, and I work as an environmental specialist on Travis County's sustainability team. And I am so excited to proclaim April as Earth Month. As many of you already know, Earth Day is a global celebration that takes place each year on April 22nd. But here at the county, many of us work on environmental initiatives year-round, so we feel it's important to highlight the amazing things the county is doing to protect our air, our water, our green spaces, and our endangered species and their habitats. What better way to do this than to extend Earth Day celebrations throughout the entire month of April? And for those of you who love to get involved, there are many community initiatives that take place in April. To name a few, We have Lights Out Texas. Turn off your nighttime lights from 11 p.m. to 6 a.m. to protect the billions of migratory birds traveling through Texas. We have Drug Take Back Day. Keep unwanted medications out of our waterways and properly dispose of your drugs at any of the 5 Travis County Constables' offices on April 26th. Lastly, we have the East Side Spring Clean. Volunteer to help clean up 7 East Side County parks on April 26th. Sign up today and help keep trash and debris from entering the Colorado River. And if you'd like to learn more about what the county is doing throughout the year to protect our environment, our community, and our planet, tune in to court on May 13th and listen as our team presents our annual sustainability report. Thank you so much, and happy Earth Month.
Thank you all. I don't know if there's any callers or any other commenters. And I think, do you have other staff here from your department? If so, can you ask them to stand up and be recognized?
Sure. Yep. Yaya Robinson, she's an assistant director for sustainability.
Thank you all. Any comments from the court? I'm just incredibly proud of the work that we're doing here. We've now won 4 national awards for our resilience initiatives, water conservation, our telework program, our neighborhood wildfire drill, and improving our emergency notification system. You now will get notices on your phones when there's an emergency that you need to know about. And our staff is doing a remarkable work. The thing that's important for people to know is that as the federal government retreats from any kind of responsible position with regard to addressing climate change, that the work falls to local governments. And we have all the tools and technology we need to reverse climate change and to better prepare people for the impacts. What we lack in so many cases is the will, the political will and the leadership to do it. So I'm incredibly proud of what we've accomplished at Travis County and are continuing to, and I thank the staff and everyone who's involved in it. So
I guess, should I call you Judge? Do you have the gavel?
I have the gavel. I think I'm just acting.
Just want to thank you for the work that you all are doing. It is important, I think, that we turn our gaze towards the east. That when we talk about cleanups, when we talk about educating the community, when we talk about how we build and maintain a park system east of 35, historically that has not been done very well. To see 33,000 acres is a wonderful achievement. To know, though, that it's possible to preserve more acreage in East Austin, where poor people have historically lived, is important as well. And I'm so pleased that we're turning our gaze in that direction, and that we recognize that there are a lot of things that we can control about what we're exposed to, the way that we live. But education in the earlier age is really important, that we include, whether it is after-school programs, whether it is scouting opportunities, girls and boys, that we take the time and provide the information so that communities can be involved in protecting themselves and what they're exposed to. So I just appreciate the way that you all are growing the operation, and that we are clearly in need of this guidance. And at the end of the day, it is going to be the work of the local community that does not want to see their grandchildren, their children, their parents and grandparents exposed to things. Whether our federal government recognizes that or not. Sometimes we just have to recognize we're all we've got. So let's go forward and continue to do well.
Thank you. Commissioner Howard, do you want to say?
I love Earth, the Earth and Earth Month and all that we can do to celebrate and protect her. And I just appreciate the work. I've learned a lot from you guys, and I want to just let Commissioner Shea know what an honor it is to serve with an expert and a passionate leader. And I think, this month is Earth Month, and next month is Wildfire Prevention Month. It's all connected. We know there's a shortage already of water, whether you're talking about groundwater or surface water, and it's just, there's a lot of work to do in this area. And so it's fun to pause and recognize the work, and just want to encourage y'all to wake up every day with vim, vigor, and, you know, ready to work. And we're here to support you and keep it going. So thank you.
And this accounting of the public lands and parks, I don't think includes the land that our park staff have been acquiring for decades now along the Great Eastern Creeks in eastern Travis County, Gilliland and Wilbarger. And they'll be opening trails to the public when those acquisitions are completed, but it's a remarkable investment that the county has made in creating open spaces and protecting the environment, and it's fitting that we acknowledge it and take time to recognize it for this month. I mean, we do it all year round, but this calls attention to it this month. So I think we're ready to vote. All those in favor? Passes unanimously. Thank you all so much. We can come down and take photos with the folks who are here for Pedro and for you as well, if you want to do that with the proclamation.
Thank you. Thank you all so much.
Do we need to adjourn for lunch?
We'll recess.
Recess for lunch.
Just a time that you
And we'll, according to the schedule, be back at 1:30. Does that work for everybody? Okay. Thank you all. We're adjourned. Or recessed for lunch. Yeah, exactly. All done.
All right, we are back. We're going to take up item 8, which is consider and take appropriate action on appointments to the Strategic Housing Finance Corporation, including Part A, discuss next steps regarding the open call for the tenant representative position and potential changes to the appointment process. B, approve interview questions for the non-tenant position. C, conduct interviews for the non-tenant position. And D, make a final selection. And yeah. Okay.
Your officer for Travis County. There are a couple of different items under this, but the most pressing would be adopting interview questions and starting the interviews. After that, I did want to discuss the tenant rep position. I know there are some other items you're trying to work around, but if we could do the interview piece first, and then take up the tenant rep after, if that works for y'all.
And would we do the interviews in open court or?
Yes.
Okay. And how many interviews are we doing?
We have 3.
And then the other item, is there anything, are any of the people that are participating in that second item
For 24?
waiting?
Yeah, I think so. We're going to go to
Okay,
executive session now, I think.
okay.
Is that okay?
But in terms of the timing and the sequence, do we want to take up 24 first, or do we want to do the interviews first? That's why I was just, I'm trying to understand if
Oh.
anybody's waiting.
We have 2 of the 3 candidates are here.
They're here now, okay.
Can we adopt the questions out here or in there?
We can do either way you want to. So you each have a copy of the questions on the dais. They're very similar to what we've used in the past. So I don't know if you want to read through them, or we could make edits, or we could do that in executive session.
I think what we'll do, I don't care where we adopt the questions. We do need to go in there for 24 pretty soon. So let's do that and then.
Do 24 first and then come back out and do the interviews?
Yes, if that works.
But interview questions in executive session as well.
What do you think, Julie?
I mean, it's easy.
Howard,
We're
any
all-
preference?
Do them all at once.
Okay, we'll do it all in here. So, should I read it again?
Just eight, Jake, just eight, the item that you're going to discuss, the interview questions, is 8C.
Oh, okay. 8C, conduct interviews for the non-tenant position. We're going to go take that into executive session.
And then, I'm sorry, and B.
And then also approve interview questions for the non-tenant position. We'll take those into executive session under the consultation with attorney
And then
exception.
the personnel matters.
And the personnel matters exception. And then the next item that we'll take into executive session is item 24. Receive legal briefing and take appropriate action regarding proposed Chapter 56 in Title I of the Texas Administrative Code relating to reporting requirements for district attorneys and county attorneys presiding in a district or county with a population of 400,000 or more persons under the consultation with attorney exception. So we'll go into executive session and we'll come back here before taking any action. Thanks. We are back from executive session. Call up item 24 that we discussed in executive session relating to the Texas Administrative Code.
Judge,
Commissioner?
I move to authorize the Texas County Attorney, or Travis County Attorney, ooh, Texas, that was pretty good. Move to authorize the Travis County Attorney to pursue litigation on behalf of Travis County and appropriate local officials challenging Chapter 51 in Title I of the Texas Administrative Code, published in the Texas Register on March 28, 2025.
Second.
Motion from Commissioner Trevelyan, second from Commissioner Shea. Any discussion? We have no callers. All those in favor, please raise your hand. That passes unanimously. Thank you very much. We also, in executive session, discussed item 8, and we'll call that up now. Consider and take appropriate action on appointments to the Strategic Housing Finance Corporation.
No, you previously read it.
All right. And we will start.
We just need a motion from the court to adopt the questions that were discussed.
So moved.
Second.
All right. Motion from Commissioner Trevelyan, second from Commissioner Shea. Any discussion? All those in favor? That passes unanimously, and we have no callers.
Perfect. And then I will bring up Carrie Dorman, who will be your first candidate.
Okay.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Welcome.
Thank you. They told me about the bright lights.
Oh, yeah.
We should sit down there sometime to see how it feels.
All right. Well, thanks for being here. So we've got, I think, 20 minutes to do this. We don't have to take 20 minutes. And we have 8 questions. And so answer them as you please. I'll just start with the first, which is, what elements should a successful housing project consider if they are building through a tenant-centered lens? And how does this align with your own personal philosophy on the role of affordable housing in a community?
So just a note about my background. I worked at Allen Boone Humphreys Robinson, and so we did a lot of MUDs, management districts. So I do have some, I think, fairly applicable experience. And from working with the developers, it's almost always tenant-centered because you want to have a project. A lot of times the question is which comes first, the residential or the retail or the office or the medical. So I think the tenant-centered lens is, it just has to be there. You're not going to have a successful development without it. Now, as far as affordable housing, I lived in Yountville, California for about 10 years, and I was very privileged to be on the town council there and the vice mayor while we were just starting some affordable housing. And again, it was very tenant-centered, but then you have to, it's like a stool, and it has any number of legs, 3, 4, 5, however many your stakeholders are. You can't saw one off and have a successful project. But the tenant piece must be there, or the rest doesn't work, my opinion.
Thank you. Number 2, what is your general understanding of housing finance corporations and the role of the board?
My general understanding of the role of the board is subject to, and I know they meet with you all twice a year and you have oversight, is to do policy work, but also get into the details, to work with staff, to get into the details of how the policy gets implemented. The Housing Finance Corporation, as I understand it, and our council in Yountville acted as the Housing Finance Corporation, and we were, in our case, we issued bonds. I understand here there's a tax incentive that takes the place or supplements the bonds. But we were the financial conduit, and we also, when we sat as that corporation, we worked with with the housing partners. In that case, we partnered with housing of not the county, but there was a main partner there who handled affordable housing for managing it and that kind of thing. Because part of the Housing Finance Corporation is you also don't just want to get a bunch of projects up in the air, sticks and bricks done, and then they're not managed well or they're not sustainable. So I see it sort of from planning to successful long-lived project to assist people.
All right. Number 3, what experience do you have serving on nonprofit boards, and what skills do you bring to the work?
Well, I think one skill I bring is I do have local government experience from representing local government. So I know that I watched a few of the meetings and I watched y'all's work session, and I know that there is a really palpable excitement about what's going to happen on the go forward. And part of that is the details of it, and that is the Open Meetings Act, the transparency, the how to handle it. So I do have transferable experience in that. As far as past, I mean, I volunteered a lot, not necessarily on government boards. I was on the zoning board in Yountville. But every community I've been to, and there aren't that many, I lived in Houston, I lived in Yountville, I've been in Austin since 2022. I really feel it's an obligation to give back. And this seemed to me to be a good fit for my skill set and something that I enjoyed doing, because working with residents and seeing those communities thrive, and in Yountville, I was able to literally walk down the street and see that happen. It was really rewarding for the tenant and for us as the kind of the people who fostered it.
Can I just ask, where is Yountville in relation to any other large city in California? I mean,
It is 9 miles north of Napa.
Okay, so it's a relatively small town? Or?
Yes. I think the population was 2,600. And that is what made me able to launch into what, for me, and I think for the town, was a more meaningful relationship with how to get things done. And even though it's a very, quote, rich little town, people will tell you, I lived in a senior community that had an affordable housing overlay, and it made all the difference to me to be able to live there.
Great, thank you.
All right. And number 4, in your experience, what are the challenges faced by members of historically underrepresented groups? I guess as it relates to housing, is that a fair addition to that, or
Yes.
no?
Yes, as it
Okay,
relates to housing.
right.
Well, I mean, of course, finances. I mean, when I look at this and think about it, money is probably the biggest lever, but there are other things. There are many ways to get money or to get in kind, to make a deal go, to help offset or abate or mitigate the financial piece for our residents. Did that answer your question?
Mm-hmm. Let's see. Number 5, how could this board ensure that properties are meeting the requirements of their regulatory agreements, like income eligibility requirements, fair housing, maintenance of the property, and responsibility to tenants' needs?
So that's something that, and I'm certainly not trying to put you off, but that's something I would know more about if I were appointed. But what I have read and heard about the last couple of years for strategic HFC is that did become an issue, and that the current board is working toward that. And I will tell you now, I'm a nerd. I don't mind working, and I do like actually getting out in the community. I like talking to contractors. I like talking to developers. So I think one thing maybe the board should focus on, and has said they will focus on, is not necessarily a checklist, but at least some kind of a calendar of first identify what the needs are, and that's where I would need to know more, but identify the needs. And I mean, you have to have decent, safe affordable housing. Affordable housing needs to say, welcome home when you get to your door.
Number 6, board member, how would you judge if the organization is working effectively?
Well, first off, I think you would have to talk to your, I call them stakeholders. I think maybe they're called partners. I think you would have to get, what do they call it? And I'll just tell y'all my background. I worked at a law firm where there was probably not a lot of self-reflection as the years went on. But
the normal.
Exactly. So I'm kind of out of my element in this, but I do think maybe, what do they call it, a 360? And I think that needs to be done with regularity. And I think people need to be brutally honest. And I think the directors have a duty to one another. We need to collaborate. We need to be creative together. We need to hear everybody's ideas, and we need to use our best efforts to make good ideas. But at the end of the year or the quarter or however, I did see a board self-assessment, and I think that that is a really good add.
Number 7, the SHFC board members serve on several subcommittees in addition to the regular monthly board meeting. Are you comfortable with the time commitment that would entail?
Yes.
Excellent. And then the last one, 8, do you have any final comments or questions for us?
I want to just elaborate a little bit on 7, please. I think a lot of work is done in subcommittees, or even if they're standing and therefore subject to open meetings, but a lot of work is done there. And I like that kind of work because you can really get into the details, you can really figure out, and then you go back into full session and you compare notes. So I would say my yes is an unqualified yes. I am retired, and so I do have time and want to use it in a productive way. About myself, I've lived in Texas a long time. I took a sojourn out to Napa when I first retired. My folks just moved up from Katy, Texas to Austin, Texas. I am committed to Austin as my new hometown. I just really, when I worked at ABHR, Alan Boone, one of the young partners said once, I was flying home from Dallas and I looked out and I saw a community that we helped build. And the next time I was on a plane, I looked out the window and I saw my Conroe Mud 1, and I could see the houses going up. And it's such a good thing. And in Yountville, I could walk down the street and I could see. The great thing was you couldn't tell affordable housing from any other house on the block. But when you went up to that door and you saw 2 parents working and trying to make ends meet, it was a really seamless effort of many stakeholders to just do the right thing. So I guess that's a little bit about me.
Thank you.
Can I just ask, I'm looking on the materials with your application, and it said you did landlord-tenant legal work. Would that be representing one side or another?
Well, typically it was the landlord, but I was the kind of lawyer, I guess I still am, I am the kind of lawyer who, if you can get a win-win out of a situation, I'm going to try to talk my client into that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. All right. Well, thank you very much for.
Was it 20 minutes?
It was not, but we got through all the questions. So.
Well, never in my life have I been short of syllables. So.
Thank you.
Thank you guys very much.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you.
Let's see, Cecil will bring in your next interview, so we'll still be in order, and it will be Rajiv Jain, I believe. And so that one you came in at 12 minutes, so if you can get on time.
Okay. Hello. How are you doing?
Hi, welcome.
Thank you.
All right. So we've got 8 questions here, and we have 20 minutes to talk about them. So answer as you see fit. And I'll just start with the first one, which is, what elements should a successful housing project consider if they are building through a tenant-centered lens? How does this align with your own personal philosophy on the role of affordable housing in a community?
Sure. So there's several aspects that are important here. One is, of course, at the very top, I'd say at the apex is the mission focus, which is being focused on the low-income housing and how to use the powers that are assigned to the house, to the entity, to the SHFC. I don't know if they are fully being utilized in terms of the powers they have for tax abatement and for lower interest rate bond issuance. So all of those can be leveraged. The elements to look for are, again, consistent with that mission. And the additional elements that come in is because of the operational constraints. So there is financial resilience and financial leverage, and I distinguish between those two. The financial stability, sustainability is one aspect. The entity needs to fund itself. The entity needs to be see a return on investment consistent with the mission again. But it also needs to be measured on the leverage, per taxpayer dollar, how much impact is it having, how many homeless units. And so those are the 2 other aspects that I look for in any particular deal. Is it serving the mission? Is it promoting financial sustainability and leverage?
Thanks. Number 2 is, what is your general understanding of housing finance corporations and the role of the board?
So housing finance corporations, I understand, essentially work in those 2 and a few other levers they have available for low-cost bond issuance, for property tax abatement, and they allow for affordable housing to be built where market forces may otherwise not allow for that to happen. And what was the second part of your question? I'm sorry.
Just the role of this board.
The role of the board.
Yeah.
And the role of the board, I think, is very important to keep the organization on mission, not necessarily to get into the nitty-gritty of how to manage property, how to review a particular deal, but to make sure that the principles by which the staff is acting, the priorities that the staff understands are being executed as per the will of the court, which is essentially the entity that has appointed the organization in the first place, SHFC. So I see the board as should be knowledgeable about housing matters, but even more than that, they are the conduit through which the court exerts its oversight and influence over the actions of the SHFC.
All right. Number 3, what experience do you have serving on nonprofit boards, and what skills do you bring to the work?
Absolutely. So since 2015 or so, I have worked with some nonprofit or the other, even while I was in a full-time role. I was the treasurer, then the vice president, and the president of a small nonprofit in town. After leaving the workforce, I have continued to work with nonprofits. I was in another larger nonprofit, again, joining as a member at large and becoming the treasurer for that organization. Currently, I'm working on the board of another nonprofit. And more specifically, for Travis County, I have executed 2 assignments so far. One was on the the 2023 bond election, Citizens Bond Election Committee or Bond Advisory Committee. And then I was also de facto chair of the Substandard Road Task Force that came out of that. So it's been very enjoyable, and it gives me great pleasure to be back here to explore another opportunity to serve.
Great. All right, number 4, in your experience, what are the challenges faced by members of historically underrepresented groups as it relates to housing?
Well, there are several, I guess. At the core, it's a financial limitation, the rent burdens, but there may also be other problems like access to capital, and sometimes just lack of information. It's a large problem. It's a difficult problem to promote affordable housing among the underserved, among the low income. And this particular SHFC does have a bunch of tools at their disposal to address that problem. Maybe I didn't answer your question. Were you looking for specific challenges for the underserved or for the organization?
In general, as it relates to housing.
Right. I think, not being able to afford the initial deposit, falling behind on rent, facing eviction, the cash flow stability. Many of the tenants do not have the steady income that is presumed when you offer housing to people, that you pay rent on time. So we need to find a way for them to be able to serve the economic obligation of having housing in a way that is more consistent with their lifestyle and their income patterns, provide relief when possible. And there is also a challenge with the quality of life in some of the affordable housing properties. I think tenant well-being is a concern that I've read through some materials of SHFC. I've listened to some of their past board meetings, which are available online, thankfully, as a way to prepare for this particular position. And I understand some of the challenges there. It wouldn't be appropriate for me in this forum, in a public meeting, to discuss and enumerate what I believe. And also, I would say my understanding improves every time I talk at this point. So I do feel that there are some specific challenges that need to be addressed, and a board position can be instrumental in addressing those in terms of steering the organization towards a better handling of those priorities.
All right, thank you. Number 5, how could this board ensure that properties are meeting the requirements of their regulatory agreements, like income eligibility requirements, fair housing, maintenance of the property, and responsibility to tenants' needs?
Yeah, I think the number one thing there would be to have enough influence and a seat at the table with the properties, with the property managers and the developers that are involved. It is possible that SHFC is not aware of some of those things, or could be in a position to have more leverage, over the entities, the properties management, and the developers. And I'd like to, in a board role, I'd like to steer the staff or guide them towards having more influence. I think just having more size and more influence for SHFC in Travis County would be a good, worthwhile goal. Adherence to contracts. Now, I don't believe we are not property managers necessarily in many cases, so we have to use whatever role we have available in order to fulfill that mission. Through direct tenant well-being improvement, as is happening in one case, and through also bringing pressure to bear on the other entities to make sure that the mission is fulfilled for affordable housing.
Judge, can I just ask for a little more elaboration on that? If you are comfortable saying, I'd be interested to hear a little bit more of your thoughts about what other kinds of leverage they could use, or ability they'd have to get more, if you will, for tenants.
So as a key lender on a particular property, you would want to have some information about how certain terms of the contract were being met or not being met. I do not know whether that is happening or not, but if that is not happening, that would be an area of improvement. I think the mechanisms are hopefully in place to do that. Maybe it's just a staff priority that could be altered. It's possible those mechanisms are not in place, and in that case, as a board, I'd work with the ED to make sure those mechanisms are in place. The contracts should be spelling out what we require from affordable housing, and if they're not, then that's a policy change that we would like to see. Direct tenant welfare could be a component as well.
Great, thank you.
All right, number 6, as a board member, how would you judge if the organization is working effectively?
So that's a pretty broad question. There could be various aspects to that, efficiency. I'd say as a board member, the primary role would be to see if they are mission focused. Are they doing what the court has asked them to do? Now, beyond that, are they being good stewards of the taxpayer dollars? Is the organization working effectively? Sometimes in smaller organizations, the board has to also extend themselves and guide the staff in terms of what the priorities should be. So that role may or may not apply in this particular case. But I'd say the effective functioning of the organization should be a matter left to the ED. And the board's role is then to make sure that the ED is accountable and doing the job. But mission focus, fidelity to what the court has set out as the priorities for the organization, that would be a main focus of my role on the board.
Thank you.
If we have time, I have a follow-up. Is there time?
Yeah.
If it's all right, I was looking through your resume and your history, and it sounds like you've had a lot of experience with business forecasting.
Mm-hmm.
One of the issues that we are facing in the community, and it's going to have an impact on the affordable housing entities, is there's been a huge overbuilding of apartment units. And we're now, I think, in what most people in this industry describe as a glut, where more and more apartment units are offering first month free or no deposit or et cetera, et cetera. We have heard from our board members and the executive director that this may make it a little bit difficult for a period of time as they are in greater competition with the commercial apartment units that are offering all kinds of discounts to try and get people in. And we may not have that same flexibility with the SHFC. Is that something where it could have been seen with the business forecasting? And I'm not saying that to criticize anybody involved, because we have so few tools to really manage growth better in the city or the county because of the state of Texas. But I'm just interested to get your sense from a business forecasting perspective, if that's something that we could have anticipated or seen and taken actions to reduce our impacts as a result of it.
Hindsight is 20/20, as they say. So it's a little hard for me to say whether, in general, periods of undercapacity tend to be followed by overcapacity. It's just the nature. Things don't progress to a slow, steady rise towards equilibrium. So we've heard in Travis County for a long time that, there'll be a collapse and so on and so forth. So it's a little hard to answer that question. It's not like we can always predict these things, but at the same time, I can't say, no, it couldn't have been predicted. I just have to look at the data and all the other circumstances. But I maybe, discuss a little bit, if time or format allows. It's also an opportunity, right? There is a glut. And so for a organization like SHFC, which has a large portfolio, access to taxpayer dollars, access to issuing bonds, it's an opportunity to increase your portfolio, to buy underperforming units or essentially invest more when the prices are lower. And so I wouldn't say necessarily that it's our goal is to make housing affordable. And if more housing is already affordable, we should celebrate that and find a way to succeed more in that environment rather than, say that, well, our units are not getting placed because other units are competing for it. So we can go lower income if that's what helps us, let's reach out into a different income threshold. We can expand our portfolio footprint. We can look at underperforming properties and take a interest in that. We can offer bridge loans. There's many things that potentially could be done as an entity that has access to government funding and has the powers, legislative powers to influence the market. We certainly have a lot of levers at our disposal, I would hope. And I'd like to work with people who are more knowledgeable than I am in this space to brainstorm on how we could take advantage of where we are. Again, mission is to increase affordable housing in the community.
Thank you, that's helpful.
All right. Let's see. Number 7 is the SHFC board members serve on several subcommittees in addition to the regular monthly board meeting. Are you comfortable with the time commitment that would entail?
Certainly. That's what I'm here for. So.
Excellent. Love it. Last one is, do you have any final comments or questions?
Yeah, I'd say that, it's been very enjoyable working with the county and under direction from the court on 2 other projects. I struggled a little bit to think, do I need to be a housing expert in order to serve effectively in this role? And, while I'll defer to your judgment on that, best I can do is to be as transparent as possible about my housing experience or lack thereof. In the 2 other projects that I've worked where I did not have any amount of subject matter expertise, that turned out not to be an issue. There's enough expertise in the room usually. The question is to steer and coordinate and sometimes remind people of where they need to be going in order to serve the role, this kind of an oversight role. I have a broad skill set which is related to finance and strategy. Before that, I've been an analytics person. So there's different aspects of my skills and experience that I think could potentially be relevant to this role.
And so thank you for serving in those other capacities and for putting your name in the hat for this one. We appreciate
Glad to
your
be back.
service.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for the.
Thanks so much.
So it was the bond committee this last time for
23, yes.
3?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, we're working through that money at a fast clip. So thank you for providing that service. All right.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So there's one candidate left. Cicely will bring him in. It's Brandon King. After that, we do need to discuss the tenant rep position. And then if you all want, there is time available to discuss next steps on this appointment. So.
And do we discuss the tenant rep in open session, or do we need to go into?
We could do that in open court if you'd like to.
Hey.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Welcome.
Thank you.
All right, so we've got 20 minutes and 8 questions, and so feel free to answer them any way you want. So I'll start with the first one, which is, what elements should a successful housing project consider if they're building through a tenant-centered lens? How does this align with your own personal philosophy on the role of affordable housing in a community?
Well, I think you have to look forward to a tenant's ability to sustain living in this development that they'll be moving into. And so I think you want to be able to price in what will these monthly payments look like down the road, and who will be able to sustain that price of living? And I think that's really grounded in just the overall philosophy of ensuring that families can stay in these houses for a long period of time without being shuffled around again and again and again as these rent prices are increasing throughout the county.
Thanks. Number 2, what's your general understanding of housing finance corporations and the role of this board?
Based on my understanding, they work with private developers to ensure affordable housing for residents in Travis County. And from what I understand, the mechanism for ensuring that affordability is by granting various tax exemptions that allow the developers to cut costs in certain areas to be able to pass that on to the future tenant.
Number 3, what experience do you have serving on nonprofit boards, and what skills do you bring to the work?
I have no experience serving on nonprofit boards. This would be my first application, and that's one reason I'm applying for this, to gain that experience. And what was the second part, Judge?
Oh, what skills do you bring to this work?
I'm a lawyer, and I've worked in public service previously, and so I think that I have good interpersonal skills and good advocacy skills for advancing a position, on behalf of an HFC, whether that's interfacing with developers or other governmental entities. I think that my litigation skill set and interpersonal skills would be conducive to that role.
Thank you. Number 4, in your experience, what are the challenges faced by members of historically underrepresented groups as it relates to housing?
I mean, I think rising rent right now is the number one issue. I think families are really struggling to pay rent these days. And I mean, it's not just rent. I mean, mortgage payments. Everybody I know is experiencing these problems. It's systemic, and the only way to fix that, I think, going forward, I mean, is to ensure that families looking forward on a going forward basis with these new developments that are being built, it can't be short-sighted. It has to be looking 10, 15, 20 years down the road. What demographic is going to be here? Where is this development going to be located? Is it going to be in places where underrepresented minorities can actually get in there? It's not like there's going to be a development built in Westlake, right? These are going to be places that are financially and as a matter of transport able to be filled with the families that need it the most.
Let's see. Number 5, how could this board ensure that properties are meeting the requirements of their regulatory agreements, like income eligibility requirements, fair housing, maintenance of the property, and responsibility to tenants' needs?
Well, I think the answer to that question is really in the air right now with some of the pending legislation like SB 21. And
Remind me what that is?
It's legislation that's going to impose audit requirements on HFCs that's going to make it more difficult for them to be able to grant these property tax exemptions every year. And they stand to lose funding if they can't meet these audit requirements that are going to be pretty rigorous, from what I understand.
Thank you.
Judge?
Yes, sir.
Jump in. When you think about affordable housing or public housing, do you look at it as long-term housing or something that is more temporary, preparing you to go to a different place in the housing market?
I mean, I think you have to be able to fit both of those, right? Because you're going to have people that are going to be inherently transitory. You're going to have people that are going to say, I need to get stable for a year. But then you're going to have people that shouldn't feel compelled to move once that year is up. Once they find that stability, maybe they like that place. They want to be able to stay there.
Number 6, as a board member, how would you judge if the organization is working effectively?
That's a really difficult question because the results won't be immediate. These are results that, you could evaluate at the end of your term. What did I do? You know, what deals did we make that really benefited the residents of Travis County? I think it's a difficult question. I think that you could measure it at the end, and by your progress that you make along the way, by evaluating who's moving into these developments.
The number 7, the SHFC board members serve on several subcommittees in addition to the regular monthly board meeting. Are you comfortable with the time commitment that would entail?
I don't know what that additional time commitment would be. I don't want to ask a question.
Fair question. I don't know. Usually, like, you'll have the regular board meetings, and then on top of that regular board meeting, you'd have, I don't know, a couple hours of subcommittee meetings in between.
I think I could make a couple hours work, and I'd love to make a couple hours work, and yes.
Excellent. And then, do you have any final? Is that accurate? You have more? Okay, all right. Do you have any final comments or questions?
No, just thank you for allowing me the opportunity to come and interview for this position. I really do appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks. I think you might have another question here.
Oh,
Yeah,
yes, Commissioner.
I'm looking through your resume, and it says you're a senior associate in litigation for Holland and Knight. Do you ever work on cases involving developers of affordable housing? I mean, would you have to recuse yourself likely on any issues that might come before the board?
Not in Travis County. I don't. A lot of my work is outside the county in New York and Dallas and Houston. So no, I don't think so. But we have a pretty rigorous conflicts check scenario where I could put that as a flag in the firm, and it would immediately ensure that there's a wall put up.
And volunteer. You say you've helped through volunteer legal services to represent tenants in cases. Can you just say a little bit about that?
I devote a significant amount of my time to helping tenants through volunteer legal services, and that's one of the, I would say, being in the trenches with them is the main reason that I'm here today, because I've really been able to see the firefight from their perspective. I'm getting evicted. It's happened again 3 times, and these are good people, and to the extent that I can help from a different perspective, I'd like to do so.
Is it fair to ask your success rate in those cases?
This year, it's 100%. So
we're still early in the year.
I've only had 1 trial this year, so.
But generally, you've done more than just this year, I take it.
Yes, yeah. yes. These are cases that the goal is to keep them in their home, and so a lot of that is negotiated settlement. So in the past, I haven't had a case where the client has had to be moved. I've been able to negotiate them staying in their home.
That's great. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Thanks for being
Thanks
here.
all.
Thank you. Thanks for applying. Nice to meet you.
Great Final Four time, might add.
Does it have like one of the
All right.
teams or just the whole thing?
UT.
All right. Okay, so that concludes interviews. The next item we had, so the court did an open call for the tenant rep position. We have 1 vacancy in that seat. We received 1 application that was misdelivered. So there was an attempt to deliver it on time. It went to the wrong email address. And so that would be the first action item I would ask the court, whether or not you all want to accept that application into the candidate pool. So currently we have 1 application that came in. This would give us 2 applications to consider.
Did the second or the other application get delivered to the wrong address on time?
Yes, it did. It met the deadline. It just did not go. They transposed the letters in IGR. And so
I'd like to accept that.
Yeah, same here.
Okay.
Do we need a motion to do that or just?
Yes,
direction?
if you guys can just.
Move approval that we accept that
Second.
application.
All right. Motion from Commissioner Howard, second from Commissioner Shea. Any discussion? We have no callers. All those in favor? That passes unanimously.
And then the second item on that, the court has been holding those interviews in open court. We have received feedback that at least for the tenant position, that can be an intimidating process. I think it can generally be an intimidating process, but the tenant seats really do have different considerations, I would say, from the regular board, the non-tenant board seats. So we're making a recommendation that we move the process for the tenant positions to follow a nominations process. The court does that already for the CPS board, where the county executive and staff for HHS work in coordination with IGR, screen candidates, and then come forward to the court with a nomination. So that would be an option on how to handle this appointment. It could be just for this position, for this appointment time, or it could be something that you do going forward as well.
And how would that nomination process work? Would you and other staff interview the applicants? Can you just describe that a little bit, please?
So usually, so the way it works with CPS, the staff liaison usually reaches, so we'll screen applications, the staff liaison usually reaches out, gets a feel for the candidates, kind of vets them similarly the way that you all do within the interview process, and then would come forward with that nomination. So the court could always reject that nomination. You could move to interview candidates if you wanted to outside of that nominations process. We just feel that with the balance of what this position is, that might be an easier way to have those conversations and to encourage candidates to apply. But again, it's feedback we've received that this is a very formal and potentially intimidating process, especially when we're trying to recruit tenants.
Yeah.
Did y'all consider like that we would just interview, that the court would still interview them, but do it maybe an executive session?
We could do that as well. So it would be up to you all if how you would like to do it. I'm just basically anything that is sort of outside of this general scope, I think might be a little bit more welcoming for our tenants who are seeking to serve on this board.
Had you heard if the intimidation part is meeting with us, or if it's like being in that seat with the bright lights and feeling like you're...
That is a very bright light.
I think what's important to me is that the candidate has an interview and is able to sort of see the heftiness of the responsibility by having the interview and being asked questions, hopefully in a compassionate environment, because we want candidates that are going to be able to fully participate. And I think this is a taste of what, they're getting into. I can imagine, because of the requirement of someone who has experienced homelessness, that they might want to share that, but this environment, this setting is not so great for that. And so I like that we're considering how to change it, but I don't want it to just be like somebody reviewed it on paper, and because it's a big responsibility and a commitment and a pain, so for them to have the chance to sort of experience that and make the decision if they want to do this, I think is important.
Would you possibly want to consider, once there's a nomination, maybe meeting with them in executive session, similar to what we've done with some of our reappointments? Or would you rather still have the opportunity to interview all candidates?
Would you be nominating just one person?
If there's one seat, it would be.
I mean, we don't ever get very many, so it's
We don't.
not a whole bunch. I mean, sometimes it's one, maybe two. I think we have the time to do, I think it's important.
Okay. Then we will work then, looking at the
also, I'm not trying to say we have to be the interviewers. If in your process, staff would be interviewing them and giving them that chance to dialogue, I think that if that's more what you're trying to get at, that would be okay with me. I just don't want to give up the time it takes to interview them.
I think that makes sense. And I think that we're in a good position now in that there is actually a dedicated staff liaison through HHS, and Monique Coleman has been working with both HATSE and Strategic. And so in the past, there hasn't been somebody who has been sort of as dedicated to working with those entities within HHS, so it's a nice improvement. We have had that for CPS, which I think is why that has worked so well as a nomination. So we will do whatever the court wants to do. I did just want to bring it to your attention that there have been some comments back about you all are not scary, but it is an intimidating process. So however you all feel like you have that engagement with them, and I think you make very good points about if you're going to serve on the board, there is a lot of heft to that. But it may be worth.
We've also had, lawyers who have served that role because they experienced homelessness and they did not need this alternate process. When you're working with people who've experienced homelessness, you don't want to always be segregating them to say, because you had that experience, we should treat you differently. And so I'm trying to understand, could you remind me if this is a tenant who is having to live in our properties now or formerly?
So it can be either. There was some nuanced changes to the language in terms of recruiting, just because Strategic no longer is the primary owner of most of our projects, right? It's not the HATC board anymore. HATC has the HUD requirement of formerly.
Remembering.
So there are tenants who may be living in a property in which Strategic has some ownership in it, but we won't be in a situation like we were with Rosemont.
Okay. It's not the formerly homeless requirement that HATC has.
Right.
It's a requirement that they live in one of the properties or have lived in one of the properties?
These were the two sort of discretionary seats that the court directed Strategic to add, so they're not statutory. It is a voluntary position to have on the board.
But I'm trying to understand, does the requirement mean they have to either currently or formerly have lived in
it is
corporation affordable housing, or just any affordable housing?
I believe, sorry, let me try to pull up what the language was from the last one. I believe that the language shifted so that it could be any housing development at this point, but let me confirm that before I tell you the wrong thing. Let's see if my computer is going to work as fast as I need it to. And it is not.
Just in the meantime, what is important to me is that, it's not to bring somebody to intimidate them or to make them feel like they should be a policy expert about this. But there is a perspective that occurs when you live in a certain type of housing. And housing is very complicated in America, and particularly in the South. A lot of times, particularly African American communities, were living in red-lined areas. You couldn't go to the bank and get a loan to build a house in East Austin. So you either had to have somebody that could help you build it, or you lived in public housing. If you grew up in the 60s and the 70s, you still have that memory and that understanding, and that should make you want to support certain types of activities so that people who even live in affordable housing have access to all of the things that are necessary to create a stable community. Not every community understands that about the history of housing, and sometimes not only do they not have an understanding of it, they're quite snooty about the way they deal with people who they didn't grow up like and frankly look down on. So the question becomes, how do we get a mixture of people who understand our history and understand that maybe if I want to have access to this facility, I have access to it. But if I want to use it as a stepping stone, there are certain services that I need to get that done as well. Sometimes I don't feel that that's a general understanding. And I think it's important never to forget that we're talking about people and communities and how you develop stability, many times in a hostile economic environment. I think that has been lost in a lot of the discussions that we have.
Absolutely. So to give clarity on this, so we are asking for a current or former resident of an affordable housing property in which the corporation has an ownership interest.
Okay.
So yes, so it would apply, so they don't have to be currently living there.
And they don't have to have been homeless. That's
Correct.
the HATC one.
That's the HATC
My
one.
bad. Okay.
And so if we'd like to for this one, if you all want to do it in executive session, again, it'll be a smaller candidate pool this time around and to see, or we can continue on in the regular format. And I don't have a date set yet for when we will be doing those interviews. I just wanted to throw that out there as well.
I do like the idea of meeting the nominees, and I also think there's value if there's a discomfort in this setting of people feeling like they're being interrogated or whatever, that we can make the process more friendly, and then us having the opportunity to also meet them, interview them, talk with them about our priorities, that kind of thing.
Perfect. Well, that's easier. Perfect. Then we will work to getting those interviews scheduled with the Commissioners Court and as close of a time in the near future as possible. And so that would be it on the tenant item. The only other piece then would be if you all want to go into executive session and discuss the candidates that you have interviewed today.
Yep.
Yeah, that would be helpful while it's still fresh in my memory.
Great.
All right. Let's see. Wait, is there anything else here that we should do first? No corporations. Thought I saw corporations. Nope. No corporations. All right. Okay. All right. So we're going to go back to executive session for item 8. Consider and take appropriate action on appointments to the Strategic Housing Finance Corporation, including.
That's fine to read.
Okay.
Just
That's
note
all
for
we got.
exceptions.
All right. Under the consultation of the attorney and personnel matters exceptions. And we'll come back here before taking any action. Thank you. We are back from executive session where we discussed item 8 relating to the Strategic Housing Finance Corporation. Call that up now. Open to motions. Anyone?
You make the motion?
I move that we appoint Carrie Dornan to the SHFC board. And I also want to acknowledge the applications of the other candidates. We have had excellent choices, and it's kind of a difficult choice to make when you've got 3 really good candidates. So my motion's for Carrie, and you second. Thank you.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? We have no callers, no testimony. All those in favor, please raise your hand. That passes unanimously.
Thank you all
All
so
right.
much.
Thank you, Julie.
Thank you.
Anne Marie, that's everything, right? Okay, so we'll adjourn at 3:43 p.m. Thank you.
Did y'all hear tornadoes coming? Here? April Fool.